Coming up next on BBC Two, it's the Brad Woto stream, but first, it's time for What Picture Has Bradley Drawn Onto a Piece of Paper?
Boss, that's right. It's time to play a game. A Dungeons and Dragons game. But first, it is going to be... What is this? What picture has Bradley drawn? Why is there no music? Alright, cool. Well, it's already gone wrong. Oh, yes. Here, fuck it. Have this. It's time. What did he draw? Let's see. Chat character. Okay. Chat character. Is that the only option? Any other guesses? A chibi dragon. Robot from Invincible. Cover of the YA novel. Hi Glitchy Wheel. Thank you for the 47-month resubscription. I'd recommend saving your subs for now if you've got them. 3 subs. Dilly Wiggle in a death stare. Ascalad. I said I recommend saving your subs for now. Your resubs. Born Pogasus. Listening. Guys. Open your ears. Will you open your ears? 2 more suggestions, please. Creepy mustachioed man. Yep, that's what it says. Shut up. It's spelled correctly. Any other suggestions? Could be anything. You can type anything in the chat. How do you struggle with this so much? Some days you guys struggle so badly. Or was it orcish? Ignore the subtitle. We're not doing subgoal yet. We're not spinning any wheels. While people file in, ready to play D&D this Sunday. We're going to play a game of What Picture Has Bradley Drawn and see if you can guess what I drew on a piece of paper for you today. A piece of picture for you today. Get you warmed up. There's going to be a lot of democracy while we get into this. Democracy. The power of friendship. Alright, you think it was a concerning lack of people in here interacting with the stream in a very interactable stream today. It's not looking good, is it? Let's warm you up. Come on, guys. Get voting. No one cares. We just want to watch the D&D bit. We don't know what this is. The cover of a YA novel. And I'll say again, ignore the sub. And I will say it one more time. I'll say it even louder for the mods in the back. Save your subs. Don't use your resubs. Save them. Because they're not going towards something that you're going to want them to go towards soon enough. Cal, thank you for the 70 months. Lilies, thank you for the 54. Wasted. I drew on a piece of paper for you today. Pain. I also, like, did this thing. So... when I color in these things, I put, in order for the color not to bleed through onto my desk or onto whatever's underneath it, I have another piece of paper under there, and I also just used another piece of paper just to test, you know, how the pens look or whatever. And I realized that if I just draw a round pane like this, it will bleed through onto the page underneath, and it'll end up looking like this. Which I just thought was a cool effect. For pain. No one cares. No one gives a fucking shit, dude. Hey. No one gives a shit, dude. Hey, God. Come here. Come on. Gather around, everyone. Everyone gather round. Come on. Gather round. No one gives a shit. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Here every single day. Drawing stuff. Preparing things, and no one gives a fuck. Wow, dude. No one gives a shit. Alright. Well, fuck, dude. Today we're going to play Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, it's finally happening. It's been a long time coming. I've never DM'd for Twitch chat before. I don't think. I don't think. So we're finally gonna do some Twitch plays D&D. Are you sitting comfortably? Are you ready? Because this is gonna be one hell of a crazy day. This is it. We're gonna do it. Twitch plays D&D with microtransactions. Actually, it's with gacha. With gacha. Including with gacha. Now let me quickly set up a couple of things and then we're gonna get into it. Now, those of you that are watching on YouTube, you're just gonna have to watch. Not a lot you can do about it because all of the stuff that I've got set up only works with Twitch at the moment, Twitch chat and stuff. So Liam came over yesterday and he created a bot. I don't know how he did it, but he just got up, came here. He created a bot which should allow everyone to roll a dice. So you should be able to type roll D20, and after 25, 30 or 50 rolls, shit. Uh-oh. It's not working. Hold on. I've just got to set it up. I had a horrible feeling it wasn't working. Let me just set it up. Don't ask me how I did it. I just did it. It was hard. This is almost exactly what he did. Let me restart the bot. On Bacon's shit.mp3. I tested this last night and it was working. No, it's not. Great, cool. Now I'm doing my own programming. Oh, I'm getting a syntax error. I knew this was going to happen. This is live streaming. You will set something up, you'll spend an entire day doing it, you'll double check it, you'll triple check it actually, which is what I did last night, and then you'll start the stream. Won't work. This doesn't make any sense. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong during the demonstration, yeah. This is bullshit. There is absolutely no way they've upgraded this thing overnight. Syntax error. The error message indicates a syntax error due to the use of an F string, musical term in coding, which suggests that you might be using a version of Python that does not support F strings. But why did it work yesterday then? How could it possibly have worked yesterday then? You're lying. Okay, you want me to do what? You want me to change this, or you want me to change that? Ain't no way this is gonna work, but I'll try it. Hacking. Okay, let's try again. It did work. I am Coda. Hold on. It didn't work. God damn it. Hmm? Well, it's logged in. So it should be running, but it isn't. Why not? How did this work yesterday? Nothing has changed. I haven't touched the computer. Nothing has changed. The Lee Evans joke where he says about how you wake up one day and your hair looks good, and then you go to bed and you wake up the next day and your hair looks absolute shit and there's nothing you can do about it. It's the same hair. It's the same hair, but why does it look so shit today? Same hair, same water, same place, same everything. But your hair looks like shit today. Why? It's the same hair. Well, I definitely don't have an idea because Liam built the bot. What if I close this and then try replacing this again? I'm refreshing it. No way this is going to work, but I mean, it doesn't make sense that it doesn't work today. So Why not? Why not try this? Yeah, okay. So now I'm getting that syntax error again. If I upgrade Python, do I have to redo the whole thing from scratch? Or will it just... Python 3.6. What do I have? 3.12? You're lying. Python F strings 3.12. Yeah. I want to loot everyone. Well, it would be great if the fucking dice roller would work, which it doesn't. And I don't know why. It worked perfectly fine yesterday. And for some reason just doesn't today, and there's no reason that it wouldn't work. I have this horrible feeling that it saved the wrong text file, Liam. Because there were two open when I tried to open it again. No, Floral. This has been a thing I've been working on for literally like a month now. We finally got it going and then it just doesn't work for no reason whatsoever. So I can get it to log in if I change this to this. Wait. No, this to this. But then it no longer rolls the dice. So save that. Try again. So F drive. Okay, it logs in, but it doesn't do all the stuff it was doing yesterday after it logged in. Okay, yeah, it does, Liam. But then the dice isn't rolling that.
I'm now going through Liam's code but line by line. Oh, this is brutal. Okay, so this is all the same. Okay. Shut up. Do you think it's that? Do I have to put that code in? Yeah, Liam. This. Are you using Streamlabs or OBS? Streamlabs. Don't even try and help. If you're coming up with ideas in your head, just don't even bother. If you could see what I could see right now, I'm literally coding in Python. Like this is what I'm looking at. Floral. I'll show you what it is. If you don't even, yeah, just enjoy. Have a nice bit of dinner. Relax. If I can get this going, I will. If I can't, I'm just going to end the stream and have a tantrum and probably give up streaming and maybe quit forever. Because I'm tired, boss.
I'm tired, boss.
Okay. Right. And then restart this, I guess. See if it works. You think that's what it was? It could be what it was, because it was different, Liam. You might be right. Maybe it changes daily or something. That's fucking annoying. How do you deal with that? That can't be right. Damn. Thought that was going to be it. Felt confident then. Do I have to change it in the code as well? No. I know this is a riveting stream, and I know everyone was excited, and it's already been ruined. I have that thing as well. What is it called? Where if it doesn't immediately go right, it's completely ruined forever, and I don't even want to do it anymore. Does anyone have that? Where if like a little tiny bit of it gets spoiled, the entire thing is ruined, and I don't care anymore, and I just want to go and play Farm Simulator 22 instead. I don't know what that's called. It's like it's almost like a rejection sensitive dysphoria thing. Yeah, it did save. I'll try again just in case, but I don't think anything's changed. I could try one other thing, I guess. I'm sort of concerned that it's just like something has changed overnight. We will never be able to figure out because it will be some sort of like weird Twitch thing. Okay, the syntax error is back. That's got to be it. Why this syntax error is back over these F strings doesn't make any sense. How can this be possible? How can yesterday it worked, same version of Python? This can't possibly be it. Yeah, I'm looking, Liam. Okay. Three point 12.3. Dylan. No, the dice roller, we built a bot yesterday and is now just not working today, and it doesn't make any sense. I'm like, what I'm thinking I might do here is just fucking copy all of this, make a copy of that, and then just literally redo this from the beginning. I don't even know what. I'm just going to undo Liam's work here. Copy all of that. Copy code. Copy code. What happens if I just do this? Hold on. Let me try just going from the beginning here. I've done it. Had to rebuild it from scratch. Okay. It's going to take 50 rolls, and then it's going to pick one at random. Everyone try exclamation point roll d20. I'm now mentally exhausted and don't want to do it. Oh, how did I fix it, you ask? No idea. Right, see, this was the problem here that we had, Liam. Which one do we... Where is it? All I did was rebuild it from scratch, Liam. Change, and ultimately, at the end of it, nothing was different. So I've got no idea. Alright, which one is the one... Have we rolled 50 here? No. Maybe 50 is too high of a number, isn't it? Too high. Okay. All right, everyone stop what you're doing. Now we're going back into the code, which is dangerous. Probably shouldn't change anything, huh? Now that it's working. Let's go with 25. And I think... this is going to break it. Because I'm doing it manually. I probably should just get the thing to write it. Alright. Everyone roll a dice. We need to get 25 dice rolls, so you can roll multiple times. And what it's going to do is it's going to pick one at random from the rolls. winning roll. There it is. Now I wonder if I can change the wording on that to be like block caps. Wonder if I can even do it. Keep rolling. I might probably need to restart the bot. I am an engineer now. By the way, I want everyone... I know there's a fucking hilarious... I sent a meme to Liam last night of a chimpanzee or a orangutan or something trying to like break something open. Yeah, okay, I need to restart the bot. Hold on. Trying to break something, and it was like C++ engineers laughing at Python engineers, because that is us right now. How long has this taken me? An hour? For fuck's sake. I'm exhausted. Okay. Alright. Roll 25 dice. Let's go. This is it. Now the word winning should be capitalized. That's all I changed. There it is. Okay, now stop. When you see the winning roll is 14, stop rolling dice. When you see the winning roll is 14, stop rolling dice. That goes for the whole day. I'm sorry, are you fucking deaf? Because otherwise I will never be able to see it. Okay. The delay is not going to kill you because you now know the rule. Right? Okay. All right. I need a coffee or something. I got to get a coffee and then we can begin. It's so hard to see. Oh, isn't it good enough for you? I'm sorry, it's the code that me and Liam painstakingly wrote. Considering neither of us know how to code, when we created a bot from scratch, isn't it good enough for you? Damn! Who are you, my mother? What the fuck is this? Can you, how dare you fucking... You know, a 3-year-old comes in and is like, Father, I have Father, look what I have created. Father, look what I have painted for you. It is a composition based on movement and sound. Godzilla. This is Godzilla. Psh. Give me a beer, boy. Fine, I'll have it at me. God, you guys are fucking intolerant. Liam, what did I say to you yesterday? I said to him yesterday, he was like, oh, I've made this bot. Look, I've done this, right? Bear in mind, Liam did all of the hard work for the bot. All I did was somehow go in there and fix it, which was honestly, I think, probably even harder. I think it's even harder because I had to reverse engineer it, which means it was more work. So that makes me, I'm more intelligent than Liam, and I did more work than Liam did. It counts. I'm a QA engineer now. And that QA engineers are better than actual engineers because they have to undo the engineers' shit work. Dude, I'm exhausted. Let me do... Let me see if this works. Let me just open up the command prompt again for a further time today. Anytime you go in command prompt though, don't you feel like an absolute fucking J? I have to do it a lot because you end up having to do it a lot to mod games and shit, right? It used to be, not long ago I couldn't do any of this stuff, but honestly, modding games is how I've become good at any of it. Roll D20. Okay, everyone roll 25 until you see it come up with winning dice roll. Roll dice, everyone, roll dice, roll dice, roll dice, roll dice. Roll dice, roll dice, roll dice, roll dice, roll dice, roll the dice, roll the dice. We need 25 dice rolls. There it is, okay. It ats me now. The winning roll is 10, rolled by Digital Dan 872. That's how we're gonna do it. Are you guys fucking complete? So yesterday I was talking to Liam and I was like, he was like, wow, this is really good. I'm really proud of what I've made. You know what I mean? Like, look what I've made. It's like he walked in with a clay pot and was like, look what I've made. I'm so proud of it. And I was like, Liam, do not take any pride in this work. And he was like, why? And I was like, they are going to ruin it. No matter what you make, no matter how much effort you put into something, no matter what you present them, they will ruin it. You know what I mean? You get up in the morning, you look in the mirror and you're like, oh, I feel like I look nice today. And then you show up at the stream and they're like, hey, Brad, why do you look like, you look so old and balding now? A few years ago, you looked younger. Yeah, because I was. You fucking show up at the stream, you draw a picture. You draw a picture for chat and you go to loads of effort to make like the colouring on the outside be a really weird style by drawing on another piece of paper above it and then having the colours come through and bleed through to the next page and you're like, oh, there's a cool effect, I'll mess with that. No one gives a fucking shit. Not a single person even comments on this fucking thing now. You draw one every fucking day, they don't care. You sit there and you edit an intro, a personalised intro for the fucking game, every single fucking game you play. It's a fucking bunch of effort. No one even... people just like this. It was okay. You guys suck. You guys suck so bad. It's fucking unbelievable how ungrateful you guys are. Alright, should we play some D&D? I need to make like a drink or something. I need to fucking walk away from this computer and then come back in order for me to be able to enjoy this in any way whatsoever. Because I'm stressed out. So we can listen to this song. And I'm going to make a coffee and then we're going to play... Yeah. Leo. Leo. And Cleo. Who's giving me money? Don't give me money yet. Trust me, you don't want to be giving me money yet. There are microtransactions in the Dungeons and Dragons game. There are microtransactions in the Dungeons and Dragons game. Because this was made by the same developers as Dragon's Dogma. Okay? Trust me. I've been thinking about this for a month, guys. I've been building this thing for a long time. Why is the camera so dark today? Is that better? It's probably my white t-shirt, isn't it? Spazzing everything out. I found this t-shirt yesterday in a box. Tony Stark found a t-shirt in a box with a back box of scraps. A box of scraps. Ah, see? A box of scraps, see? Guys, you're gonna trust me. We're gonna build everything, by the way. We're building everything. from the fucking start. Just so you're aware. We're building the whole world, the character, everything. You're all going to be playing one character. You're going to be like one multiple personality inside of one character. All right, we ready? Look at that wiggle. Look at that wobble. No one does it. And that's a wobble. That's hip movement. That's why ladies love it. White guy. Oh, fuck. Alright. White guy. Oh, fuck. They're right. Are we ready to play? Are you ready? Everyone roll a dice. If you roll over a 10, we'll start immediately. If you roll under a 10, I'm going to go and do some housework. You got to hit 25 dice rolls and it will pick one at random. 18. Let's go. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Welcome to Twitch Plays D&D. With me, your host, Braid. And here's what we're going to do, okay? We're going to get into it. We're going to get going. We're going to start with... this. I'm going to explain to you, we need to reset this goal. I'm going to explain to you the microtransactions because you're all looking at it like, oh, what the hell's that? There is a dice spinner on the screen. So shit. And you can spin the wheel and a random effect will happen, right? And I'll tell you what's on the wheel. And you can suggest some more if you want. And they're weighted. Well, one is a completely random encounter. A random encounter will immediately happen. Final Fantasy IX screen break. One is a potion. You'll just get a random potion. You roll for it. One is a random item that you roll for. One is a random magical item. One is a boss battle. One is next roll is a natural 20. One is next roll is a natural 1. Another one is a trap. Another one is a teleport. I don't know how that works, but you will end up just randomly teleporting somewhere. One is 25 XP. Your character is going to level up. You have to... You're going to want to keep this character alive. Trust me when I tell you that. And I'll explain in a minute why. One is a wild magic surge. So I don't know if there's any other things you want to put on the wheel. Any good suggestions I will take. But that is the microtransactions gacha element of this. Because I'm fucked and I need money so badly. I don't know how I'm supposed to survive. So don't do it yet. Wait till we get into the thing. New equipment. You mean an item or a magical item? The D10,000 wild magic surge, 100%. Yeah. Gain an NPC is not a bad one. But I'm just trying to... You're going to end up getting so many. If it lands on it too many times. Push-ups. Monty, no more from you. You just sit down. Now, what we have here is a completely blank Roll20, right? Nothing on this Roll20 at all, because nothing has been built, okay? In this Roll20 is a character that we're going to build together. And his name is Gary. That's why you need to keep him alive. Monty's completely fucking broken at this point. Monty always was sort of like not with it, but my god, he's absolutely off the deep end now. We are the character is going to be called Gary. You are Gary. Finally, the day you've all been waiting for is that you are going to become Gary. Would you like to make the character first or the world? Because we're going to completely randomize the world as well. During this, for this thing. Let's see here. So, create first. Gary. The entire world. Where is it? This one. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. I love that Gary isn't even here today. When he finds out, when he shows up. I really should have asked Gary if he was available. To be doing this without Gary is sort of an offense against Jesus Christ, but I think you can blame everyone on Friday who ruined the stream on Friday. Anyone who's a Table Story fan, anyone who's ever watched any of my Table Story shows. Okay, let's make Gary. Let's do it. Alright, so how do we want to do this? So this is it's going to be quite hard to randomize. I guess we'll do votes. We'll have to do votes, I think. Or... So how many D&D classes are there? I'll do the character mancer. Do I actually have access to all of the classes in this? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the difference between... What's EK? Eberron? What's EK? Whack? I don't know what books I've got because my Roll20 account is really weird. Roll20 were like, here's all the books, and I never got them all, but I might have them now. Artificer, Barbarian, Bard. Oh, you can't see the drop-down list. That's annoying. Okay, I'll just say it out loud. Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter. No, it's the book. It's the book that it's from. I don't know which book is called EK. Right, a monk, paladin, ranger. You know what? We're just going to go with basic. I think we'll go with basic stuff. Okay. What class is Gary? Open up another instance of Roll20 down here for me. Fucking Monty. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Okay. We can do Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Cleric, Druid, Fighter. I want you to bear in mind, by the way, you are going to be alone. This is a one-on-one campaign. Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue. Paladin, Ranger, Rogue. Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. Alright. The choice is yours. They're just about on there. Which one, what class would you like to be? The choice is yours. Wizard, Paladin, Druid, and Barbarian seem to be working. I understand the choice behind Barbarian and Paladin. Druid, I guess because you can, is also a decent one to be soloing, because you can turn into something. You can also summon friends, I suppose. Wizard is a mad choice. Wizard is an insane choice. That's who he's soloing with. Wizard at level 20, no. Wizard at, well, I mean, I guess we'll just have to make you level 3. I don't think it's fair to make. Do you want to be level 1 or level 3? Speedrun that TPK. I'm happy with you playing a wizard. That's the type of chaos that I get behind. Level 1? Alright. That's scary. Level 1 is so squishy. With the wheel of power exists. There is the possibility of getting 25% XP immediately. My choices are like I'm RPing Gary. You are RPing Gary. We're doing this for roleplay choices as well. Right, looks like Druid has won. Gary the Druid. God, I don't know how to play a Druid. I hope you do. I hope you guys know how to play a Druid. Okay, race. What race are you gonna be? What race is Gary? Aasimar, Dragonborn, Dwarf, Elf, Gith, Gnome, Half Elf, Half Orc, Half Ling, Human, or Tiefling. Those are the options. I'm not doing any weird ones just because it's just going to be annoying to try and do. The choice is yours. This will probably be a 2-day event, by the way. I'm assuming we're not going to get... I'm assuming this is going to be a lot of world creation today, and then we're going to start, and then tomorrow will be the end. I can't imagine that we're going to do everything today. But I don't know. You might immediately die. I'll give you 2 minutes on the vote. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, the dice rolling... and the interaction for the poll and votes and stuff won't work, so you're going to have to come over to the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/bradware. It's the only way. It's the only way to interact. Otherwise, hopefully it's interesting enough to watch and listen to if you're on the YouTube channel. Alright, looks like it's between Dragonborn, Dwarf, and Gnome. That's my chat. That's my chat right there. People picking Gnome over Dwarf are crazy. This is what I'm talking about. Whoever voted 6, my children. Not min-maxing, not being a sweaty little fucking D&D loser. Going straight in for the fucking gnome, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Bloody fuck you, bloody fucking mother, bloody fuck bitch.
Yes, we are going to play a gnome. Hello, my name is Gary.
I wonder if I can do a gnome Scottish accent. Let me try and get a Scottish accent in my brain. Oh, bastard, you wee Scottish bastard.
You be Scottish bastard. Let me tell you, my name's Gary.
You serious?
My name's Gary the gnome. You wee bastard. Have you been to Glasgow lately?
It's so difficult to do. McGreggy, McNomie. Literally Limmy's voice.
My name is Falconhoof, and I will be your guide on this quest.
A voice changer? I've got the dilly wiggle.
My name is Falconhoof, and I will be your guide on this quest. I am a gnome.
Gnome is what I'm talking about.
Let's go, chap. Fucking legendary work. Legendary work from the chat room there. Absolutely fucking ecstatic about the choice of a gnome for the race. Alignment. There's absolutely no way you're going to be anything other than chaotic neutral. It's just it's impossible for this chat room to be anything other than chaotic neutral. There's deep gnome, forest gnome, or rock gnome. I'll let you vote on that. I'll let you vote on that. Gary's gnomish subrace. Deep gnome, a snurf verblin or whatever they're called. Deep gnome, rock gnome, forest gnome, right? Is that what it was? Tree gnomes. What subrace would you like to be? By the way, if you don't know what any of this means, don't worry about it. Just vote for whichever one sounds fun to you. You don't need to know any of the stats. Some of these people in here are absolutely pathetic and play D&D to win. The rest of us, including me, who has been DMing since 2015, 2016, professional level weekly now, play for fun. But winning is fun for some of you, I'll allow it, but the rest of us, don't worry about it. Forest gnome it is. Sold. Okay. So let's see what this gives you. There's still more stuff to choose. No, there's not. Alright, a forest gnome. As a forest gnome, Gary, that's you, you have a natural knack for illusion and inherent quickness and stealth. In the worlds of D&D, forest gnomes are rare and secretive. They gather in hidden communities in sylvan forests using illusions and trickery to conceal themselves from threats or to mask their escape should they be detected. Forest gnomes tend to be friendly with other good-spirited woodland folk, and they regard elves and good fae as their important allies. These gnomes also befriend small forest animals and rely on them for information about threats that might prowl their lands. You gain a +1 to your dex score. You know the minor illusion cantrip. Intelligence is your spellcasting ability for it. Speak with small beasts. Through sounds and gestures, you can communicate simple ideas with small or smaller beasts. Forest gnomes love animals and often keep squirrels, badgers, rabbits, moles, woodpeckers, and other creatures as beloved pets. Floral foxes is a forest gnome in real life. Okay, so you are a humanoid creature. Your size is small. Your speed is 25. That's 25 feet per movement sort of turn. Languages, you can speak, read, and write Common and Gnomish. Gnome Cunning. You have advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic. That's big. Remember that. Man, I'm tall. Nope. Dark vision. Accustomed to life underground, you have superior vision in dim conditions. You have dark vision up to 60 feet. That means you can kind of see in the dark up to 60 feet. You get a +1 to Dex. You know the minor small thing. Okay. Class is Druid. So, holding a gnarled staff wreathed in holly, an elf summons the fury of the storm and calls down explosive bolts of lightning to smite the torch-carrying orcs who threaten the forest. Whether calling on elemental forces of nature or emulating the creatures of the animal world, druids are embodiment of nature's resilience, cunning, and fury. They claim no mastery over nature. Instead, they see themselves as extensions of nature's indomitable will. So, you weapon proficiencies are club, dagger, dart, javelin, mace, quarterstaff, scimitar, sickle, sling, and spear. Although I thought druids can't use metal. Armor proficiencies: light armor, medium armor, and shields. Shields. Okay, you can now choose 2 proficiencies. So the top 2 most voted will get 2. We'll put 2 votes in for this one. No iron. Choose 2 skill proficiencies. And the options are Arcana, Animal Handling, Insight, that's like reading people's body language to know if they're lying and stuff. Medicine, that's, you know, obvious. Nature is like identifying animals and things like that. Perception is what you can see. Religion is like what you know of certain religions. And survival is how much like Bear Grylls you are. You can vote for 2 options in this one. Vote for any 2. The choice is yours. You can vote for any 2 and you just write 2 numbers in the chat room with a space. Or you can do 2 different messages. So you can write like 7-4-6-8 or 5-8 or 2-8. Get 2 votes here. Pick any 2 to be proficient in. So this is what Gary will be good at naturally based on his druidic background. Okay. Animal handling and survival. Very close between survival and perception. So it's animal handling and survival. You also have proficiency with a herbalism kit, so that's like making potions and stuff. You can speak druidic. Spells. You prepare the list of druid spells that are available for you to cast, choosing from the druid spell list. When you do so, choose a number of druid spells equal to your wisdom modifier and your druid level. Cantrips, 2 cantrips. So spells are different to cantrips. You're now a spellcaster, so it's time to learn how to play a spellcaster. Cantrips are just like spammable. You can use them. It doesn't take... If you have mana, if you imagine you have a mana bar, and each spell costs a certain amount of mana. Cantrips don't cost mana, but they are spells, basically. They're like little magical, non-effort spells. And actual spells will consume a spell slot or mana, so you'll have to use them sparingly, or however you want. I guess you guys are all going to be figuring that out. I don't know how we're doing this, by the way. I'm literally flying by the seat of my pants because I've just no idea. Ritual casting. You can cast a druid spell as a ritual, and that means you can spend 10 minutes to learn how to do that, but I don't think we're going to need to ever worry about it. Next, abilities. Ability score method that we're going to go for is we're going to roll for stats. So let's roll. There's your stats. Okay. We rolled your dice. Check the chat window to view the skills. Oh, this is annoying. You can't see all of it, but I can't do anything about that for now. So what you got was 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 13. And I guess I'll just do this for you. So Gary doesn't need to be strong, does he? So we probably don't need strength to be high. Druids, what does druids need? D&D druids, they need wisdom. He probably needs con for HP. And then maybe that's it, to be honest. Probably just wisdom and con, isn't it? So the two highest scores need to go in wisdom. So that's a 13 in wisdom. And then he probably wants high HP, I would go. You could do wisdom and dex, or wisdom and con. I think con because you're going to want HP because you're by yourself. Now dexterity, you have a +1 in because you're a gnome. What's the other one gnomes get? Intelligence? What's the other basic racial stat they get? Gnome 5A. Because here we can be smart. Gnomes get... yeah, int. So your int will go up by 2. So you probably... what you could do is put the 12 in int. And that will go up by 2. The problem is these are all odd numbers. 13 for whiz. 12 for con. 11 dex. Int 7. You think dump stat needs to be int? Remember, you're by yourself. I would say strength needs to be 7 because you're never going to use it. And then int maybe 11 or 9. Gary does not have high charisma, let's be honest. He sort of accidentally has high charisma. I mean, this is Gary the gnome. He just happens to be called Gary. Why are they odd numbers? Those are the numbers you rolled. But it's awkward because you get the stat boost. I would go int 11 and charisma 9. Wait, what's the other one you've got here? Dex. Oh, Dex gets a +1, doesn't it? Could go Dex 13, Wisdom 11. That might be better. Because that 13 will become 14. Wait, no, we want Wisdom, Con... what else are we missing here? The 12, isn't it? It's the 12. If you make the... I mean, Constitution being a 12 will be the same as a 13, right? It's so confusing to look at. Whereas Dex being 13 will become a 14. No, we're not doing that, are we? Doing 11. That will become a 12. This will be... oh, we've got another 13 here. Con is 13. Wiz is 13. 12. What one haven't we got? Intelligence. That'll become a 14. Charisma at a 9. Strength at 7. 11 will become 12. Wisdom 13 for spellcasting. Con 13 for HP. Dex 11, which will become a 12. 7 strength. 9 charisma. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. That's what we're going with. Okay, background is really easy, isn't it, for us? He needs to be a sage. Folk hero or sage? Because Gary is sort of a folk hero of ours, isn't he? But he is also the D&D sage. He is the sage of ancient knowledge of D&D. Folk hero. Alright, folk hero it is. You come from a humble social rank, but you are destined for so much more. Already the people of your home village regard you as their champion. That's true. We regard him as a champion. You get a tool proficiency. Now Gary is Scottish, which means he's got brewer's supplies. That's the end of it. His defining event. Roll. A celestial, fey, or similar creature gave me a blessing or revealed my secret origin. Personality traits, we're rolling all of them because it doesn't matter. I get bored easily when am I going to get on with my destiny? I have a strong sense of fair play and always try to find the most equitable solution to arguments. Ideal freedom. Tyrants must not be allowed to oppress the people. Bond. My tools are symbols of my past life and I carry them so I'll never forget my roots. And his flaw is that I have a weakness for the vices of the city, especially hard drink. Yeah, Glasgow. Gary. Scottish. Okay, equipment. Start with the class equipment. A wooden shield. Or any simple weapon. He needs quarterstaff and a shield for sure. Absolutely needs a shield and a quarterstaff. He can make iron bro. Yeah. Alchemist's supplies, brewer's supplies. Iron brew is alchemy. We'll give him alchemist surprise. That way you can make potions. Spells. I am going to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The first spell you get is Control Flames. The second spell you get is Thorn Whip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. The first level spell you get is so 22, 21, 20, 19, Purify Food and Drink. Trash tier spell. And 22, which is Thunderwave. Okay, you have Purify Food and Drink and Thunderwave. Now, Purify Food and Drink makes sense because he's going to need that when he makes Iron Bro. And I will start you off with one bottle of Iron Bro. Braid, what is Iron Bro? You will be starting off with this in your pack. One bottle of 500 milliliter Iron Bro for Gary. What it does, find out. In game. Now, you have Control Flames. Choose any non-magical flame that you can see within range. You can affect it in one of the following ways. You can expand the flame 5 feet in any direction. You can extinguish the flame. You can double or halve the area of bright light that it sheds. You can create simple shapes with it. Thorn Whip. You create a long vine-like whip covered in thorns that lashes out at your command towards a creature in range. Make a melee spell attack. The creature takes 1d6 piercing damage. If the creature is large or smaller, you can pull it 10 feet closer to you. And Thunderwave is a proper spell. This is a 15-foot cube from you outwards. A wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a con save. On a failed save, the creature... If this doesn't make any sense, if you've never played D&D or never seen any of this before, don't worry. I'll explain it as and when you need it. But you're going to make... it will make a con save or take 2d8 thunder damage and be pushed away. So it's just like anime scream and everything around you falls over and gets hurt. Next is feats. A feat represents an accomplishment, grit, determination, expertise. You haven't done that much yet, so you don't have any feats. Bio. Character name Gary. Age. How old is Gary? They can live up to 350 years old. /R 1D 350 plus. We want to make him at least 16. Right, so plus 15. He's 190 years old. Height. Gnomes are between 3 and 4 feet tall. How do we roll that one? 1D 3 plus 2. Is that right? He's 5 feet tall. He's fucking well tall for a gnome. Weight. Gnomes weigh around 40 pounds. 1d40 plus 40. No, we want to do 1d10 plus 40. He's 46 pounds. Examples of something that weighs 46 pounds. An Olympic barbell. An elephant's heart. A 14-year-old girl. Okay. He weighs the same as a 14-year-old girl. Eye color. Random color. Generator. Random color. Generate one random color. Light pink. And then hair color. Curry. Skin color. Skin color. Pearl violet. So he's got light pink eyes, curry colored hair, and pearl violet skin. Hey, artists, you know what? Midjourney. Create. No, imagine. A D&D gnome character with pink eyes, curry yellow hair, and pearl violet skin. Thank you. Next. Okay, review, apply changes, building your character. Let's go, dude. Gary lives. Level 1 druid, a folk hero. Okay, he's got armor proficiency, druidic, ritual casting, gnome, cunning. I need some of these open because I don't know what they do. Dark vision. I'm gonna add dark vision in here. Oh no, it's in this one below, isn't it? Somewhere. No, it's not. Alright, never mind. I'll just remember it. Natural illusion. Oh, he knows the minor illusion cantrip. That's in there. Great. Rustic hospitality. Since you come from the ranks of common folk, you fit in among them with ease. You can find a place to hide, rest, or recuperate among the other commoners. Unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them, they will shield you from any... This is me. This is me coming back to my... Moving back to my hometown. I've got it. The image has been immediately drawn. This is, without a doubt, what he looks like. I can't believe how much Midjourney just smashed this out of the park. Bro, just absolutely dead on. That is so good. There he is. Gary the Druid. Just perfect. Absolutely perfect. Let me save the image. Gotta make a token now. Gary the gnome. In the Twitch Plays folder that I have on my computer. I'll make a token real quick for him. There he is. It's our boy. And this is his character sheet. So this is the character sheet you'll be working from. We're gonna obviously you need to roll from this. I will try and make this available so that you can have it up. in a second. So give me a sec, because obviously I'm having to do a million things. Okay, but I have to do a million things here. Oh fuck, screwed that up. It's not good. It's not good screwing everything up. Just clicking the wrong buttons all over the place. Crash my computer. Let me make you a token for Gary, because Gary needs a token. Very important that Gary has a token that we can use, because otherwise... Gary token. Now we should just be able to... So here's what I do. A little DM training for you. So in here, as a DM, what I do is I create a new page, I put it here, and I call it stuff. And in stuff is where I make all the tokens. Because if you make a token and then link it and then need to change it later on, and you link it to one of the ones on one of the combat pages or something, it's a bloody nightmare, because it ends up being the wrong one. So you always want your tokens to be linked to the ones that you create here, and then you have a specific area where all of your tokens are linked to. This represents Gary. We can see his nameplate. This value is his HP, which we'll be able to see. Doesn't matter that everyone can see it, but he is dynamically lit. He has vision, night vision, and he has, what does he have, 60 feet, so 60 foot there. Dimming at 60, 60, dimming at 30. I think that's correct. And then we go into our character sheet again. Go to edit. Use selected token. Upload the character artwork for Gary. The gnome. Because he's bloody adorable. Alright. Now what I'll do real quick, I'll try and make a character sheet. And I'll put it on an Imgur link, and we can... Because I don't think I can have it on the screen all day, because it will not... There's no real room for a whole character sheet, is there? If I just quickly export this, Gary sheet level 1, because this will change. Don't subscribe. Are the subs not coming up? Ah, hold on. They're not coming up, are they? Hold on. There we go. Ruby, thank you so much for the sub. My apologies, it didn't come up, so I didn't thank you because I didn't see it come in. PP Hat, finally some D&D content. I recommend not subscribing because it's not going to affect the wheel because we're not playing yet. But when we get 10 subs, we spin the wheel once the game begins. And that is going to do a random thing in the game. So I recommend saving your subs. Now, how do I upload to Imgur? Imgur. New post. Gary, level 1. Right, okay. Now let me quickly just make that. Command. This is so much. This is literally as hard as DMing a fucking... I thought this was going to be easy and fun, and this has been one of the most stressful streams I've ever done in my life. Okay. Exclamation point character sheet. Let me add that in here. I might have missed it. How do donations affect the campaign? Donations don't currently affect the campaign. They just affect my ability to be able to eat this week. Because I had to pay rent. I paid the rent for this apartment to my old apartment. And now I don't have the money that I need to pay for this apartment's rent. Because I paid it to the old apartment. So that's what donations go towards. But at the moment it's just subs. Subs are the only thing that affect this wheel. Because I only wanted to pick one. I don't want to be a piece of shit, you know. Okay, let's make the world. You'll notice there is nothing here. You know what we should do? Add a handout. Gary. Artwork. This is just in case people come in and they're like, what does Gary look like? We can just click this button. It'll bring it up. Or Gary. The gnome. I love him. Dude, I'm so glad you picked gnome just because he looks like this. You know what I mean? Tell me you aren't glad we ended up with a gnome. Don't die, bruh. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm not even kidding. That's going towards food because I've run out of food and I was like really looking forward to buying some food this week and I can't. Well, I will be able to on Wednesday, hopefully, if I get paid by Twitch. I should be okay. It's not too much of a panic. It's just that it's kind of all happening for the next 3 days. I'm a bit screwed. Okay. Weighs the same as a 14-year-old. But is for some reason 5 foot tall. So he's probably really lanky. He's actually really tall for a gnome. Because I screwed up the dice roll, but I like that. Okay, here's how we're going to make the world. Now, when I ran a campaign a long time ago, we ended up playing in a game called Ragtags, and I ran a thing called Big Zags, which was zigzags and then big zags. I can't remember exactly. And what I did was I completely randomized the entire world with dice rolls, and then from that let my brain piece all of it together and create a world, a lore, and a narrative for like what's going on, and then set the adventure right there and then in that place. Now it's a crazy way to do this. It's both easier and harder to DM this, right? Because everyone has an idea in their head. I have got about 1,000 different fucking ideas for D&D campaigns. I've got about 4, I'd say, that are actually kind of ready to go. And then obviously I've got all of my other settings that already exist. For example, Lacrin or the Dark Realm from Mistlight. And I've run campaigns in those. I could even run one in the world of Cura, but it would probably be massive spoilers for the current show that I'm running on Table Story, so I didn't want to do that. But then I thought I could run one in like Lacrin. That'd be fun for some people. And I was like, I could even run one in Mistlight. People would enjoy that. But I thought in the spirit of this being kind of like pretty random, what I'll do is I'll do what I did with the Big Zags one-shots, which was just create the world there and then and see what we get. I think it's more fun, it's more spontaneous, and I think it's more in line with the spirit of whatever we're doing today. Again, we'll probably do this tomorrow as well. So I'm going to try and get it all like down and we can actually get into playing the game. I've never run a campaign for chat before. And I've not really ever watched anyone else do it. I've sort of seen Tiger do it a little bit. I've sort of seen PB do it a little bit. But I wanted to try and do my own version of this and figure out how to do it. So we're going to create the world entirely at random. I was doing a birth chart for my dog and got distracted doing HOS Zodiac. Who's that? Oh, his Zodiac. Gary. So here's what we're going to do. This is a Reddit called Behind the Tables. It's really fucking useful. It's a fucking cool Reddit that has used these tables to quickly generate a unique world geography for your players to play in. So what we do is we roll on this. Random world. D8 is size. The first thing is size. Then we do climate, land masses, magic, technology. Right? This is how we're going to build the world. Oh, you did Bowie Zodiac. What is he? You know his birthday. The size of the world is a D8. Now, any of the D20 ones you guys can roll, but we've only got a D20 in the chat at the moment, so we're doing this. So let's do it. Let's do it. Now I'm in the way of the dice roller, so we have to go over here for it. /R1D8. This is the size of the world that we are building. A 7. Is that big or small? Tiny. The world is tiny. Worldwide commerce is not unheard of. What does that mean, chat? Worldwide commerce. So let's write this in here. You know what? I think I can do this for this. The size of the world is tiny. Travel and trade is easy. Oh, this is all of my campaigns because I find travel to be so incredibly boring that for some reason you can get from one side of the world in my campaigns in either 1 minute or 48 years. Global economic merchant Gary arc. Okay, next. I know this is a little cut off, so I do this. It's kind of hard to do all of it in one thing. I might be able to yeah, no, okay. Do this, so I'll just keep switching. A D12, the climate of the world, diverse, ice age through to windy, stormy, lush, volcanic, mild. So this is a D12, which I will roll, I guess, here. A 4, and a 4 means dry. Wow, Gary's world. He's a forest gnome. Is this what's happened? Has the world ended? It's June, my Arrakis. The world climate is dry. The world is devoid of rain. Rain has stopped. Why? Kingmakers. Listen, I'll keep it. This is how PB made Kingmakers. We're finding out how she did it. Okay, land masses. The world is composed of mostly oceans, a single... Imagine if it gets a 1. How do we work that one out? Several distinct blah 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 blah. Let's go with is it a D10? 1D10. An 8. Many continents, some joined to others. Okay, so just a classic kind of world. Really? The world is composed of many continents. Okay. But right now his quest is to figure out the rain. What is happening to the rain? Magic in the world. Non-existent through to wild is what's next. And that's a D8. On D8. Okay. An 8. Wild. Fuck. Results are never predictable and strange things occur naturally. That's actually probably going to be really appropriate. That means every wheel spin is just a random magical effect of the world. Magic in the world is wild. Technology in the world, from primitive through to advanced, on a D6. Pretty advanced, slightly advanced. Gunpowder, as well as steam power contraptions. Well, I'm starting to figure out what happened to the rain. A combination of wild magic and they've introduced steam power. This is Final Fantasy VI. That's fine. It's Midgard. It's all my favourite stories. It's Kingmaker. It's all my favourite stories in one. Okay, here we go. Your first version, your first thing here. Everyone roll a d20. When you see it come up saying the winning roll, stop rolling. Exclamation point, roll d20 in the chat. And what this will do, this will roll 20 times. And it will pick one at random. So when you see the winning roll, stop. There you go. The winning roll is a 9 rolled by Shadow the Wreck God. A unique characteristic of this world is 9. The pantheon of gods have been replaced by a single all-powerful god. It's my favorite type of story. It's my favorite type of story. Dude. This is just a Brad Woter campaign. This is just a basic Brad Woter campaign. Hey, we're going to randomize everything. Okay, what have you written? Dying Order. What did you write? Oh, you've created Dying Order. Okay. How embarrassing for me. D8. The world is dominated by a single race or people, a pair of rival races, a large world-spanning empire, a pair of large rival empires, a patchwork of many nations, warring, militaristic, or barbaric clans, no one in particular, or an otherworldly power. Alright, this one's going to be an interesting spanner, I think. 4. A pair of large rival empires. I mean, it's Final Fantasy VI. It's ruled over by a pair of large rival empires. This is the most Final Fantasy storyline I've ever seen. It's ridiculous. Oh, sorry, I didn't scroll down. Races, naturally occurring races. This is sort of like who's in the world. 1. Only humans. Huh? The world is filled with only humans. Gary is going to be a freak. Listen, Al-Gaib. He is not one of us. He is not born of us, but he knows our ways. Okay, so predominantly humans, basically. We're the only gnome. A cataclysm that faced this world in the past was... Go. Exclamation point, roll d20 in the chat. And it will pick at random a winner. Stop rolling when you see the winning roll. Oh, you guys have already done it. I'm taking the next one. I see how this is not going to refresh now, isn't it? Keep going. Keep going. I'm taking the second one. 11, rolled by Shadow the Wreck God again. Shadow, you owe me money at this point. What is this? Magic became wild and unpredictable. A cataclysm that faced this world in the past was... Do another one. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. We're going to put 2 in. Because we know that this happened. We know that this happened. Let's have another one in there as well. 8 rolled by Nurg. A war between dragons decimated any semblance of society. Okay, this is Oracle's Rest. That's the lore in Oracle's Rest as well. The second age of dragons. In the past, magic became wild and unpredictable, and a war between dragons decimated any semblance of society. But I'm guessing they've come back. This is fucking Mad Max. We're getting lots of different things going on here. A single all-powerful dragon god is a good shout. Okay, another set of D20s. Let's go. The world was created by... Individual legends may vary. Last one. The world was created by... The winning roll is 17, rolled by Gabriel Torla. 17. This is the longest one in there. It was created by one of many experiments by a council of gods trying to discover... Oh my god, I've got to roll a D8. D8 and a 7. A superior species. It's Final Fantasy 6. A superior species that would be pit against another council species in a game of war in the Hunger Games. Now, what is a synonym of hunger? That we can use. Craving, greed, lust, starvation. The craven. The craven. And then games synonym. Trials. The Craven Trials works. Thank you. In the Craven Trials. Fuck. So this was the world was created. The world was created as one of many experiments by a council of gods trying to discover a superior species that would be pit against another council species in the Craven Trials. Well, now we know what happened. Humans won. But guess what the other species was? Gnomes. Hey. There's got to be a few gnomes out there, right? Okay. Now we need a world name generator. World name generator. Realm names. There's got to be a better generator than this. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Worldnamegenerator.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. One D5. 1. Rexendar. Is the name of the world. My fucking throat, dude. So what do we know about the world? Okay. Rexendar is a tiny world. The rain has stopped. I should write this, shouldn't I? Rexendar was a tiny world. I need the typewriter sound. Typewriter sound effect. I don't know if this is ready yet, but let me try my Alan Wake screen. With the appropriate music. Rexendar. Rexendar. A tiny world. It would take a person only a matter of weeks to travel from one side to the other. Once a lush and verdant planet, Rexendar has recently Rexendar's rain had stopped falling. Why? How? Was this an effect of the wild magic? Was this something to do with the warring empires? Was it a new unknown threat? It was most likely the wild magic surges that happened all across the planet. Because we have to mention that there's wild magic in the world. You know what? We don't. We did. We mentioned it. Or perhaps it was the new Magitech. Add word. And steam powered. We need kingdom names. Kingdom name generator. Fantasy kingdom names. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7. The Orc Union. Well, we can't do that one. Try again. 6. The Hutchton Matriarchy. Fuck yeah, dude. Matriarchs. Let's go woke, baby. And then a 2. The Co Suzerainty. Perhaps it was the new Magitech and steam-powered technology from the Hutchton Matriarchy or Co-Suzerainty. Years. It needs to be like long ago. The Fire Nation, the world lived in blah blah. Long ago. The world was created as an experiment by the gods. They were trying to discover the most powerful species they could make. Just a fun game for them became our world as we know it. An anime. In the final
In the finals of the Craven Trials, humans faced off against gnomes. The humans won. As a final test, the gods pitted the humans against some dragons. The dragons tore the world apart, destroying any semblance of society. Now, after 1,000 years, the humans have rebuilt two great kingdoms, constantly at war. And between them, the last forest. The only place of green on our dying world. And inside that forest, the last gnome. My name is Gary, and this is my story. Gary! Yes! I'm a druid. Also, I'm a druid. I'm a level 1 druid. Gary. And the Craven Trials. They haven't won. Dude, they haven't lost yet. That's the ending, isn't it? The gods are still testing them. But then an all-powerful god overtook, but maybe we don't know that yet. Maybe we don't know it yet. The Craven Trials are not over. There's one gnome left. The humans think they've won. But actually, Gary is Lisan al-Gaib. Lisan al-Gaib.
In the land of tartan and rugged terrain lived a Scottish gnome with wisdom untamed. A druid so dandy with a twinkle in his eye, he brewed a potion that made you reach the sky. With herbs from the glen and the moss on the stone, he mixed a concoction that was all his own. A taste of magic in a drink so true, he called it Iron Brew. Oh, guess he surely knew. From the tallest mountains to the deepest lochs, he shared his brew with the fae and the folks. From the wee little snails to the giants so grand, they couldn't resist the magic in his head.
Wow. It's still going. Yes. Dude, what is happening? Cool. Okay. So.
I think we start in the forest, don't we? The Lost Forest. We need quick encounters, forest pack. Okay, we need forest pack 2, or the Great Woods, maybe. No water. Okay, let's play. You're Gary. Nine HP. Druid. Now, Gary needs a reason to leave, doesn't he? What was Gary's background again? A Celestial told him to do some shit, right? Where was that listed? What was his background? Oh, it was a folk hero background. Hang on. Folk hero. 5e. It is time. For every 10 subs, we spin the wheel. This is Gary's, at the moment, he's just standing in a forest while the DM prepares his dice. I love that the one day we do this, Gary's not here. And it was a celestial, fae, or similar creature gave me a blessing or revealed my... Alright. Hang on. Let's get some forest sounds for you. You'll be pleased to know I have years and years worth of sound effects. Forest? Forest. Forest ambience. Okay, that's too many subs. Spin the wheel. So loud, I don't know how to turn that down. The next roll you make is a natural one. Let's spin it again. An encounter. Alright. Now I need to pull up my random encounter fucking thing. Poor Gary was just walking along. And he has to fight something now, doesn't he? Let's see here. Now, where is my encounter thingy? Encounters. I have a cool book for this that I could use. Or we could do... You know what? I'll use Don John for this one. Where is it? Don John. Let's do... Random encounter. Generator. Number of PCs, 1. PC level 1. Any difficulty. Forest. These are what it's given us. Let's see what we get on a D10. 2. You're going to be fighting a pseudo dragon. This is hard, but this is also perfect for the story. A pseudo dragon has arrived. It's not looking good for Gary already, I'd say. Okay. A pseudo dragon. Creeping and crawling through the underbrush of the last forest. Is an elusive pseudo dragon. Red-brown scales, horns, and a maw filled with sharp teeth. A pseudo dragon resembles a tiny red dragon. Now, I think... Is it invisible? No. Yeah. This thing is crawling towards Gary. Now it's time to roll initiative. Exclamation point, roll D20 in the chat, and you get a +2 to this roll. Remember, when you see winner, stop rolling. An 18. Right, keep rolling. Keep rolling. That one doesn't count. Take the second roll every time. That's the new rule. And that is a 16 rolled by Aaron Black, which is a 17. Gary has got a 17. The pseudo dragon is going on an 8. Chen, thank you so much for the subs, by the way. I don't know if I can really keep up with them. Shadow, Darth Mikhail, Benevolent Brute. Thank you so much for the subs coming through. You spin on the random wheel. So on the wheel, by the way, is an encounter, potions, items, magical items, a boss battle. Next roll being a 20. Next roll being a 1. Oh, your roll was a 1. That roll was actually a 1. You got a 3. You had to roll a 1. You're right. There's a trap. There's a teleport. There's a 25% XP. And there's a wild magic surge. And we roll on a D10,000 wild magic table. Gothic Horror, thank you for the 45. So actually, the pseudo dragon is going to go first in the turn order here. Okay. Now, that's it. Spinning the wheel. So unbelievably loud. I don't think I can turn it down, and I don't know why that's the case. I might be able to do something later on. Oh, you get an item. Okay, everyone roll. And everyone roll. You roll for a random item here. And it's the second roll we take. Second roll every time. Keep going. The winning roll is a 19 by Papanchi. You get an iron or an ornate iron key, the head of which is shaped like a skull. So we add into Gary's items. And you know what? I'm going to put it on this page. We're just going to put in here an ornate iron key, the head of which is shaped like a skull. What does it open? Thank you so much for the subs. All right, let's see. Now, the pseudo dragon is immediately going to attack Gary. I hate to tell it to you guys, but actually, the pseudo dragon is going to attack Gary. Let's see how Gary does. Thank you for the bits, Ray. He's going to move up into range. And he is going to sting Gary. A 7 against Gary's AC. What is Gary's AC? 14. Because he's got a shield. So he actually misses. So this little dragon creeps up through the brush and then jumps at Gary. Gary brings up his little wooden shield. What the fuck? The thing, its little tail comes around. A whippetash. Gary brings his shield up. Dunk! Bounces off of it. And the pseudo dragon lands on all fours, turning in the grass, baring its fangs at Gary. Gary has survived. It is now Gary's turn. What would you like Gary to do? And I think the best thing that we can do here is put it to a vote. Right? So what are the options? What should Gary do? Run away. Attack. So we're gonna go two levels of this. Persuade. Intimidate. What else can you do on your turn here? You know what I mean? Then we'll go into a subcategory. Seduce. Generalize first. Generalize. Don't worry about the actual check. We're gonna reduce it down. So let me just the fuck is my camera? Hold on. Yeah, add my webcam in. I'm scared. So we're gonna you know drink Iron Bro. Give Iron Bro. Any other options? We'll take 8 options. Play dead. Okay, those are your 8 options. You can only vote for one. What should Gary do? Curious as, by the way, there's 2 different combat themes here, with music taken from Cura, Mistlight, Rota, Fractured Worlds. If anyone remembers Fractured Worlds, you are my oldest living relative. Darkfire, Dying Order, and Spellwind. What will Gary do? You can vote, and we'll see which one wins. I'll give you a minute to vote on each one. You enjoying yourself? Put the sub goals back up. Put my webcam back on. Is this fun? I'll be taking suggestions at the end of the stream because I don't have any idea. Okay, you're going to try and persuade him. How? How are you going to try and persuade him? How does Gary, and I don't mean the check, I will call for the checks. How does Gary try to persuade the dragon? Iron Bro. Give it food. This is what I want. Generalized ideas like this. Mimic its actions. Cute big eyes. Bromance. Do a little dance, and I'm gonna put Lil. Act like Mother Dragon. Purifying spell on the stinger. I don't know if that's the exact thing. Show ornate key. Speak dragon. That's 10. I don't want 10, but I forgot. What's it gonna be? Iron Brew. Give it food. Mimic its actions. Cute big eyes. Bromance. Do a little dance. Act like Mother Dragon. Purifying spell on the Stinger. Show the ornate key that you just got through magic. And Speak Dragon. Now, I'm not behind on wheel spins, am I? I need someone to keep an eye on that and not lie to me. Because it's really hard to do all of these things at once. Alright, well now I am. Resetting the goal. Okay, you're going to try and speak dragon to the dragon. Okay. First things first. Let's spin the wheel. Must change that sound. The next roll is a 20. The problem is you don't speak dragon. You speak common, druidic, gnomish. So, what is he doing? He's just trying to speak dragon. Alright, you know what? What does he say? What does he say in dragon? Roar. Roar XD. Best buds? Question mark. F you. I am Gary. Let's be friends. I am a dragon too. A brother ooh. And then one that's not on there. Help me get revenge on the humans. Okay, that'll do. Fuck, dude. This is already the most D&D thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Can't believe it. Whatever he says somehow in dragon that he doesn't speak. Oh, God. Shit, dude. This is so funny already. Looks like we have a winner. Help me get revenge on the humans. The pseudo dragon is hissing and Gary, does the pseudo dragon speak dragon? Yes. Understands common and draconic but can't speak. Gary says,
Oh, help me get revenge on the humans.
the pseudo dragon. So now I would say roll me a persuasion check, which you do, and you get a natural 20. The pseudo dragon has joined the party. You've won the combat. You've captured a Pokemon. You can have him as a familiar. Name the pseudo dragon. Gary Jr. Suggestions for the game. Orcish, Charlie, Bebo, Whack, Godzilla, Barry, or Pipsqueak. Oh my god. Oh, I can't believe that. As if you have... So how does this work? Pseudo Dragon Familiar. The Pseudo Dragon can serve another creature as a familiar, forming a magic telepathic bond with that willing companion. While the two are bonded, the companion can sense what the Pseudo Dragon senses as long as they are within 1 mile of each other. Okay. Great. I mean, you guys. You've done it. You've done it. Barry. Alright. Fine. You now have Barry. The Pseudo Dragon. The Pseudo Dragon crawls up onto Gary's shoulder, curling himself around Gary's neck. He says telepathically to Gary,
"Together we will rule these lands."
you now have a Pseudo Dragon pet. Familiar. Alright. Now, Gary understands him because he's telepathic. Because you're speaking telepathically. Can we make this a long campaign that goes weekly? I'll do it if we get enough subs today. If we get enough subs today, I'll run this campaign every Sunday. Should we do that instead of me doing it as a one-shot today and tomorrow? We'll just play every Sunday. Is Barry more intelligent than Gary? Let's find out. Barry's character sheet. He has got a 10 int, and Gary has got he's got 14 int. He might be stronger. Nope. 6 strength. He's faster. No, he is stronger. Gary's got a 6 strength. Charisma is the same level. Is it? Charisma 10. Gary's got a 9. Wisdom 13. Pseudo Dragon's got a 12. Gary's got a 14 intelligence. 13 con. Yeah, he's not that much better. Okay. Let's well, my god, let's continue playing. Well, we have no story yet. So a celestial needs to appear, I think. So a celestial fae or similar creature gave me a blessing or revealed my secret origin. I mean, we have it. It's Barry. Barry says,
"What manner of creature are you?"
Gary says,
"Well, I'm a gnome. What are you?"
"I am a pseudo dragon." "Wait, did you say you are a gnome?"
Hey, I'm a gnome.
"But the gnomes have been extinct for 1,000 years."
Oh, no. There were many gnomes in this forest not too long ago, although I am the last.
Could it be that you are... Listen, old guy.
What did you just call me, lad? I swear to God, I will not share my iron brew with someone who uses that language around me.
says Gary, whose voice is slowly not... It's so hard to do a gnomish voice.
Yes, you are the chosen one. It seems fate has brought us together. You must travel too.
Which kingdom? 1 or 2? 1 is whatever kingdom is on the left, and 2 is whatever kingdom is on the right. A 2. And in the lore here, the kingdom was the Hutchton Matriarchy.
You must travel to the Hutchton Matriarchy. They are destroying the world. They pull the magic from the ground. They have dried up and scorched the sky. This world will be destroyed if you do not stop them. Listen, Al-Gaib.
I don't think I can do that. I'm just a wee gnome. I don't know what you're talking about. What is all this nonsense about listing loglibs?
Trust me. It is your destiny. You must go west to the Hutchton Matriarchy and stop the Magitech factories.
How does Gary respond? How does Gary respond to his calling? This, Jesus, is Gary's calling. He said, "You must go west and stop the Magitech factories to save the world." How does Gary respond? First of all, okay, I'm in. No way. I'm not doing that. I will now take other options. Will I find someone like me there? What way is west? Gary does not want to be Muad'Dib. Backflip out of joy. Accept quest. Let's brew it up. Sings Go West by the Pet Shop Boys. How does Gary respond to finding out that he is Lisan al-Gaib and that he must go west to the Hutchton Matriarchy? He sings Go West by the Pet Shop Boys. Alright. We see Gary head out. With Barry curled around his neck. We see him packing a bag filled with all of his favourite items: an iron brew, some syringes, and the ornate skull key, as well as a Dungeons and Dragons player's handbook. He fills his satchel up and grabs his trusty gnarled little quarterstaff, fixes it on his back. Barry climbs up onto his shoulder again, Gary ties a little, whatever that's called, bandana around his head and starts singing. And starts trotting away, heading out of the forest. But is Gary going in the right direction? I'm going to need you all to roll me a survival check. Gary has... Roll me a d20. We take the second answer in all of them. Everyone roll d20 in the chat. Exclamation point roll d20. Survival, you have a +3. Oh wait, I think you have other things as well that we didn't give you. We need the druid ones. Druids get... You get more from your background. What was it? Did I miss it? You should get 2 more from your background, right? Animal handling and survival. You already took animal handling and survival, so... 8 by glitchy wheel. +3. So you roll an 11. 10 was the DC. You do in fact see Gary heading west. Backpack and Barry on his back. He starts trundling along to the west. Now you do get 2 more proficiencies that I'll let you pick from. So let's do that. Pick 2 more proficiencies. These are skill proficiencies. And that is Arcana, Insight. So Arcana is like understanding magic. Insight is reading people's like facial expressions and body language to determine what they're talking about or whether they're lying and stuff. Medicine is understanding, medicine, or whether you can patch yourself up if you don't have spells. Nature is understanding nature, like what animals are, what trees are, or, figure out which 2 plants you need. Perception is being able to see things, and religion is the understanding of the religions that are in the world. You can pick any 2. You get 2 options to pick from. You can roll. So you can vote now to pick 2 more proficiencies for Gary. And you can roll. You can pick by typing 2 different numbers in the chat room for the 2 that you want. Or just type 1 and then type another one. Yeah, I know you're on YouTube, but I can't make the bot see both chats, so only Twitch can actually do the interactive part. If you want to watch on Twitch and get involved, twitch.tv/BradWhite, or otherwise just enjoy it on YouTube. I hope it's fun to watch and listen to. That looks like nature and perception to me, which I think is appropriate for Gary. So you're also proficient in nature and perception. So what this does, for anyone that's never played D&D before, this is a character sheet. We're rolling dice. That's what these things are here in this dice window here. And you guys are rolling a d20, and you get to add bonuses. So I'm always setting a DC. Usually I set it in my head, but a DC is a number that you have to beat. You have to roll higher than that number to be successful when you do something. So Gary, for example, then had to beat a DC of 10 in order to successfully go west. If he had rolled under a 10, he would have failed the check and would have gone in a completely different direction. If you roll over a 10, you are successful, and therefore you go the direction you want to go. When you're rolling on these skills, you have different attributes. You've got strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, and they determine what... there's a sort of subset of skills that you have as well. So when you're rolling a strength roll, you roll a d20, which is one of these sort of dice. You roll that, and that's what we're doing in the chat room there. And you plus or minus any bonuses you get from that stat. Now you have specific skills as well things like acrobatics or deception or sleight of hand. Some of these skills you're proficient in, or Gary's proficient in. And Gary has got proficiency in animal handling, nature, perception, and survival. And what that means is he adds a bonus. His current proficiency bonus, which is determined by his level, which is level 1, is 2. So he gets a +2 to anything he's proficient in. And that is indicated by the ticks. The rest of these scores, the 1, the 3, the 2, they all come from your initial base stats. So that's kind of how D&D works. You're essentially just rolling dice to determine the random effect that kind of happens based on Gary's skills and what's going on around him. As Gary ventures deeper into the forest, a sudden storm strikes. Do I have the sounds of a storm in here? Let's see if I just search the word storm. There's another thing going on here. I've got wind, I think. I have heavy wind sounds as well. Because this isn't a rainstorm, because there is no rain. Uh-oh. For every 10 subs, we spin the wheel. I will turn that down by the next time we do this, because that's very loud. Oh, you get a random potion. Thank you for the subs, everyone. Your favorite cereal, how are you doing? Thank you, Shadow. Thank you, Floral. Thank you, Crazy Mixed Up Pup, Newt, Ratch. I'm spinning so many plates here that I'm not thanking subs, and I am very appreciative. Here is a blanket thank you to everyone who's subbing today. You get a random potion. Everyone roll a d20! Exclamation point roll d20 in the chat room, and you will get a random potion from one of these d20 random potion tables that I have. We take the second roll every time because the first roll is all the rolls from last time. So we're going to take the second roll here. As a storm kicks in for Gary. Heavy winds. I guess it would be more like a sandstorm, wouldn't it? There was no rain or anything like that. A 1. Let's see what you get. Gary, a storm hits. Okay. It is pretty intense. This sudden storm kicks in. Madness. Leaves and there's no rain, because there is no rain in this world. We randomly created the world. There are clouds, I guess, but there's just no rain. It's a magical effect. Leaves, dirt, deciduous stuff from the ground is lifted up. Chaos as this storm rolls through. Gary needs to roll me an Arcana check. Everyone roll a d20. You have a +2 to this check when you make it. The DC is 5. You have to beat a 5. We take the second roll every time it comes through. Exclamation point roll d20 in the chat room, and it will pick a random roll from all of those as Gary's roll. Got to beat a 5. The winning roll is a 2, +2 from your Arcana. Gary doesn't understand that this is a spell wind. This is a magical storm a wild magic storm that pushes through the area. Gary is completely unaware of what is happening. As he looks down, he feels a terrible pain in his sides, a crunching of bone and sinew as he grows 2 extra arms. I just wanted to give you this rather than give you the potion, because I want Gary to have 2 extra arms, and I want it to be known that Gary has pink eyes, curry yellow hair, violet skin, 4 arms. Listen, Al-Gaib. But it's not over yet. Amidst the chaos of the storm, he hears the menacing growls of creatures closing in. What does Gary do? Amidst the storm, he hears growling creatures nearby. What does Gary do? You know what? I think we'll just do what does Gary do. Now, obviously, you know what? Hides in a bush. Hide. Options from the chat room. Growl back is good. Attempt to clear the storm with a Gary smash. A Hulk smash. Flex all 4 arms. Heroic pose. Wild shape into a field mouse. Run. Ask Barry what he sees. You know what? We'll do make a trap as the 8th option in here. Okay, what does Gary do? Hide, growl back, attempt to clear the storm with a Gary smash, flex all 4 arms in a heroic pose, wild shape into a field mouse, run, ask Barry what he sees, or make a trap. These are your options, and then I'll call for a roll and we'll see. Okay. Ask Barry what he sees is the chosen option. So, Gary, with Barry on his shoulder, turns to Barry in this storm and this madness and says,
Barry, what do your pseudo dragon eyes see?
Barry is going to make a perception check for me. He has a +3. A natural 1 from Barry. Barry says,
I cannot see anything. There is too much in the storm. There is stuff going everywhere. I don't see anything. But I hear creatures.
okay. What does Gary do? Barry sees nothing. What does Gary do next? The growling of the creatures is getting closer. Hide. Options from the chat room. Taking suggestions. Ask woodland creatures for help. Flee. Slap Barry for his insolence. Throw a brunade. Make a trap. Animal friendship is the spell. Cast the spell. Animal friendship. Is that what you mean? Cast the spell. Animal friendship. I think it's a spell. Frantically move arms. These are your options. Barry! I could have done with your help earlier on when I was trying to build a bot for this stream. Thank you so much for the sub. Good to see you, Barry. I hope you're doing all right. Right, get your votes in. We don't have that. Remember, exclamation point character sheet will bring up the character sheet, but it doesn't show you the spells you've got. So I need to make one for that, don't I? Let's add the spell book as well. Let me do that really quickly, because admittedly people might not know. Gary spell sheet level 1, and then I'll add that on Imgur. While you vote for this. Having fun out there? Okay. You should be able to now do exclamation point spell sheet, and it will give you a link to the spells that Gary can cast, I think. Didn't double check it, probably should. Yeah. Now you'll have to do your own Googling outside of that, 'cause there's a lot of stuff to think about. Let's see, you've decided to cast the spell Animal Friendship. Gary, amidst this storm, puts his hands together and begins to cast the spell Animal Friendship. And I think what happens is he keeps trying.
Wait a minute. I don't have that spell.
Gary does not have the spell Animal Friendship. Unfortunately for you. Something is now coming out of the woods. Something is coming to get Gary after we spin the wheel. What do you win? Your next roll will be a natural 1, guys. This is not looking good, which means that's your initiative. Gary's initiative, once again, is a natural 1. So he has... his initiative is a +1, so it's a 2, right? What's coming out of the woods? I don't know if I know what a veggie pygmy is. 1d10. A 6. A goblin. A goblin. I don't know why it was making animal sounds. A feral goblin comes out of the woods. Now I think it looks something more like this. Now, how does the pseudo imp work as your familiar here? I can't really remember how familiars work. Barry. The pseudo dragon can serve another creature as a familiar. While the pseudo dragon is within 10 feet of his companion, the companion shares the pseudo dragon's magic resistance trait. At any time and for any reason, the pseudo dragon can end its thing. How do you control it? Does it have its own thing? The 5e, your familiar acts independently of you, so it does have its own initiative. Gary is going on a 2. Barry is going on a 7. The goblin is going on a 9. Here. Now, rolls its own initiative and acts on its own turn. A familiar can't attack, but it can take other actions as normal. While your familiar is in 100 feet of you, you can telepathically. Okay. A goblin has come rushing out of the woods here towards Gary. Now, the goblin, a small, black-hearted, selfish humanoid that lair in caves, abandoned mines, despoiled dungeons, and other dismal settings. Individually weak, goblins gather in large, sometimes overwhelming numbers. They crave power and regularly abuse whatever authority they can obtain. This creature looks mad, and by mad I mean insane. He comes running out of the underbrush like Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. Every now and then turning and growling, making crazed noises. This goblin is very clearly insane. You can tell it's insane. The goblin might be feral. Or it might have some sort of rabies. It is going to rush forward, and it is going to attempt to attack Gary with its scimitar. Here comes the attack roll. An 11. Gary's AC is the number it has to beat to successfully hit Gary and deal damage. Gary's AC is 14. Once again, Gary brings up his little wooden buckler as this thing comes running at it. Ping! The scimitar that this goblin is holding is broken and rusted. It glances off of Gary's wooden buckler. Gary stumbling backwards with the goblin in front of him. Goblin and Gary are probably about the same size and stature. It is now Barry's turn. Now, Barry can't attack, but it can do the other things that you can do on a turn in combat, which are you can move, climb, swim, shove, grapple, cast a spell, use an object, dash, escape, ready, shove, but I'm guessing everyone is going to use the aid command. I'm going to say, unless instructed otherwise, Barry is always going to use the help option, right? This is Barry. Remember, Barry can't do anything. But when you take the help action, the creature you aid gains advantage on the next ability check it makes to perform the task you're helping with, provided that makes the check before the start of your next turn. So. Barry is going to help Gary. Gary, you're here finally. I've just seen that Gary's actually in the chat. Please describe Barry, okay? I did already, but Barry is a small, red, brown scaled, horned pseudo dragon, which looks like he looks like a tiny red dragon that's the size of like maybe a large rat that's sitting on Gary's shoulder. Gary looks like this. The character we're playing is called Gary, and he looks like this. He is a druid gnome, as voted on by the chat room. So Gary will have advantage on whatever check he makes next. It is Gary's turn. What does Gary do? Now there's going to be the obvious ones. Attack, flee, yeah. What else is there? That's it probably, isn't it? Let's see here. What would you like him to do? Thank you for the gift subs coming through. We have met the goal, so we'll spin the wheel. Charm. But we'll say persuade. Persuade. Minor illusion. A snack to distract it. Challenge the goblin to a dance off. Seduce the goblin. Any other suggestions from the chat, or are we happy with those? Attempt to confuse the goblin with a tale of adventurers. Adventure. It's too long. Intimidate the goblin. Alright, the vote is up. Got 1 minute to vote on what Gary does as the goblin. The goblin is trying to kill him with a sword right now. What does Gary do? Attack. All right. Now, Gary has a number of different attacks that he can do. How does Gary attack? And I will put the standard options that he has in here. He has got Quarterstaff, striking him. He's got a Thorn Whip spell. Oh, it's a cantrip, right? A cantrip is a sort of reusable spell. It doesn't take any mana, basically, or any spell slots. He's got Thunder Wave, which is a spell that will use one of, and he has 2 spell slots, so you can cast that twice before needing to rest. Any other suggestions for attacks for what he might want to do. You can do things like grapple and things like that. Use Barry as a melee weapon. Pocket sand. Sweep the leg. Trip action. Strangle. And minor illusion. Okay. What does Gary do? Looks pretty cut and dry, doesn't it? Thorn Whip cantrip. Let's go. Okay, so. Do we have a wheel spin? Did I miss one? Do I owe one? I think I might do. So, Thorn Whip. Let's have a look at the spell. Thorn Whip. 1 action, 30 feet range. You create a long vine-like whip covered in thorns that lashes out at your command towards a creature in range. Make a melee spell attack against the target. If the attack hits, the creature takes 1d6 piercing damage, and if the creature is large or smaller, you pull the creature up to 10 feet closer to you. So, let's roll your melee attack roll, please. With a +3 to this roll, we take the second one, and while that's happening, I'm going to spin the wheel. You get an item. We'll do that afterwards. That's the first roll. Right, second one, keep going. Keep going. Keep rolling. Exclamation point, roll d20. You take the second one because it's still counting the previous rolls. I want a brand new roll. An 8 rolled by Rubina. That's an 8 plus 3, which means that's a 12. No, an 11. I can count, guys. Now, the goblin has an AC of 15. I actually think it doesn't have an AC of 15 because this goblin is not carrying a shield. So the AC is 13. Gary producing a spell, summoning up a spell, a magical thorn whip appearing in his hands. Indiana Jones style, he brings this magical lash down. The goblin is quick and chaotic, jumping to one side as the thorn whip hits the ground, chucking up dirt and leaves. The goblin has avoided the attack. It is now the goblin's turn. The goblin will once again attempt to strike Gary with a 20, a dirty 20. That is a 16 plus 4 that he rolled. He is going to deal some damage here to Gary. 7 slashing damage. Gary brings up his buckler, but he's too slow. The sword cutting through his clothing and opening a wound in Gary, reducing him to 2 HP. Now, you've won an item in this dice roll. Let's see if it can help Gary in his time of need. Roll some d20s. We take the second roll. and you get an item here. Second roll. Keep going. We take the second roll. Determine what you won on the wheel. The gacha wheel. The microtransactions that you can save Gary with. If you want me to... I need to make a command for what's on the wheel, don't I? If only I had some mods. The winning roll is a 17 by Ziffy. It's not going to help you right now. But what you've won here, and appearing magically in front of Gary, is a scroll of create food and water. So he has a scroll of create food and water, which, if you can't guess what that spell does. However, Gary still needs to face off against the goblin. It is now Barry's turn. Barry... Wait a minute, Gary had advantage on his strike against the goblin, didn't he? Get rolling, guys. The Thorn Whip might have hit him. Roll d20s. We take the higher of two rolls. That's how that works. When you have advantage, you take the higher of the two rolls. Keep going. It's the second winning roll we take every time. Now it was either a 10. What did you roll before? This is a 10 plus 3, which means you would have hit him. It would have been a 13. Makes it, breaks it. His AC is 13. It's time to roll damage. Now I think I have to roll damage for you because they're never going to be a d20. If the attack hits, the creature takes 1d6 piercing damage, which means that he can't kill him, so all of this is fine. Oh, max damage. You're welcome, chat. The goblin's on 1 HP. I'm an idiot. The goblin is on 1 HP right now. Then, so actually what happens here is that Thorn Whip that I described comes out and strikes the goblin, opening a terrifying wound across the front of the goblin, rending the flesh with those thorns, whipping it back. Gary is covered in the blood of the goblin. However, as Gary looks down, the goblin has stuck him with the sword. A horrendous wound as the goblin pulls the knife out from Gary's belly. Barry is once again going to give Gary the aid and help, giving Gary advantage on whatever he does next. What does Gary do next? What does Gary do? What does Gary do? It's Paul Atreides versus Fade Ratha. So there's attack, run, grapple, how does Gary do? Intimidate. Pull out a picture of his family, get down on his ears with tears in his eyes. Spartan Kick is an attack. Seduce. Thunderwave is an attack. Use Scroll. Use the Voice. Okay. Options. So are we going to attack again? Again, these are going to lead into potentially lower sort of sub-votes. So attack will be like what type of attack. Intimidate, how does he intimidate, you know. And then the specific ones are simply specific. Pull out a picture of his family, get down on his knees, tears in his eyes will be a performance check. So that's how this works. I'll call for the rolls and stuff. Bear in mind, whatever check you make, I think it has to be an attack, doesn't it? No, he just has advantage. He's helping him. No, so you will have advantage on whatever roll you make here. Trying to save him. You can also try and save him. The wheel spin, you could pull a potion, an item, a magical item. You could make it so that the next roll is a natural 20. You can teleport Gary away. You can immediately gain 25 XP. But there are some negative things on there as well, like another encounter, a boss battle, a trap, a natural 1, and there's also wild magic. Tomorrow we'll come up with other things that we can put on this wheel as we go along. I think it's an attack, isn't it? Okay. What attack does Gary do? So there's hit with quarterstaff, Thorn Whip, this is Sparta, throw Barry, this is Sparta is an unarmed strike. Because he's just going to kick him. Throw book. That goblin. Non-lethal strike of some sort. Bite the goblin. We must remember he's got 4 hands. 4-handed tickle. I've already forgotten. Alright. What does Gary do? What attack? Hit him with the quarterstaff. Thorn Whip. This is Sparta. Throw Barry. Throw book. Non-lethal strike. Bite the goblin. Or a 4-handed tickle. Bear in mind, Gary is on 2 HP right now. If he gets hit, he will go down, because the minimum amount of damage this goblin will do is 2. Does he get a strength bonus now that he has 4 arms? No. No, he does not. Right, 1 minute's up. A hit with quarterstaff or a 4-handed tickle. I'm going to put that to a vote then. If any of them come out, 1d2. A 1 is an attack with the quarterstaff. A 2 is tickling. He's going to try and tickle him. And what kind of check is this? What kind of check is this? What would I call for the tickle? Really, it's probably just an attack roll. I'd imagine it's the same roll. I might allow a sleight of hand or a grapple. Or his stats. He's got +1 to sleight of hand. A grapple would be a -2 for him. I think I'm just going to make this a sleight of hand check. It's just a dex-based, hand-based check. Let's go. Roll me a d20, chat. Exclamation point. Roll d20 in the chat, and you get a +1 to this. You take the second roll. It comes back. Even if you stop dead on, you take the second roll. So not that one, the next one. And you have advantage. So actually we take the fourth roll. Keep rolling until we get 4. That's a 17. Can you beat a 17? Can you beat a 17? Keep rolling. We're going to take the next roll. So we'll take the third roll, actually. There's no point in doing 4, is there? The next number. An 18. You can. An 18 +1. A 19. And what I'm going to have the goblin do... I'm going to have the goblin roll a Constitution saving throw. And if he rolls under an 18, he will be stunned. In fact, what's the Tasha's Hideous Laughter effect? Tasha's Hideous Laughter is a spell. Fall prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand. I'm going to do that with him. If he rolls under an 18. Does it say 18 or 19? 19, okay? He's rolled a 3. The goblin immediately falls to the ground. 4 arms from Gary. 4 sets of hands tickling the goblin. Some under his armpits, some on his belly. The goblin falls to the ground. Falling prone and is incapacitated. For 1 round. The goblin on the ground, laughing. Incapacitated. Let me double check. 5e conditions. Now incapacitated, what does it mean? Incapacitated. An incapacitated creature can't take actions or reactions. So he's just on the ground laughing. Coming to Barry's turn, he's going to give Gary advantage. Now, this goblin is on the ground right now, laughing for the remainder of this turn. What does Gary do? Chat, what does Gary do? Suggestions from the chat room. Tie him up. Offer a scroll of food. Run away. Smash his head open. Pee on the goblin. Okay, you guys are weird. Convince the goblin to join the party to stop the tickling. Keep tickling. Give him a sip. Okay, sup of iron brew. Okay. They always stop at 8, by the way. Get 8 entries. Ask him to help us get revenge on the humans. 8 entries, because otherwise it's too big for the thing usually. You're going to try and convince the goblin to join the party to stop the tickling. This is a coercion. This is a threat. Convince the goblin to join the party and stop the tickling. Now, I'm going to preface some stuff here. 1, I told you that this goblin was completely insane. What languages does the goblin speak? Common, okay, I'll allow it. This goblin is insane, which makes this check much harder to do. And I think this is an intimidation check. I think this is an intimidation check while you're tickling him. Gary's intimidation is a -1 because it's a charisma-based skill that you're trying to attempt. What I will give you, first of all, is a wheel spin. You get a random potion. Everyone roll me a d20. You get a random potion from one of my potion tables, of which I have absolutely way too many of them. We'll go with this one. You take the second roll. It comes through. For what potion magically appears? An 18. Okay. You have received this potion, and I'm horrified. Horrified looks from every DM in the room. You have a potion that the drinker is transformed into an owl bear for 1 minute. That is in Gary's bag. Okay, so you have an ornate iron key, the head of which is shaped like a skull. What does it open? You have a create food and water scroll. And you have a potion. The drinker is transformed into an owlbear for 1 minute. Okay. How long is 1 minute? In combat terms, that's 10 rounds. Because each round is 6 seconds long. Is that correct? Is my math correct? Okay. Now, back to the check. Gary is trying to tickle this goblin into joining him. But it's going to be very difficult. The DC goes up because this goblin is insane. This goblin is also evil and doesn't want to join you. The DC for this check needs to be pretty high. So a 5 is easy, a 10 is average, a 15 is hard, a 20 is very, very hard, a 25 is borderline impossible. I think this is a... I think this is pretty high. I think this is a 17. I think you have to beat a 17. However, I think because you are tickling him, that's going to give you advantage. You're tickling him with 4 arms, and that is going to give you advantage on this check because you're already you're bolstering that intimidation. Start rolling. We take the second and third rolls, the higher of the two. So that's what advantage and disadvantage does in this. You roll the dice twice and you take the higher of the 2 rolls, or the lower if you have disadvantage. You have advantage right now. You have to roll pretty high. You have to beat a 17. In order to convince this goblin. There's a 4. The next roll. Keep going. The next roll will be the advantage roll. An 8. And you have a -1 to intimidation. And let this be a lesson to you, I think. Gary is not very intimidating. I mean, look at him. I'll be honest, if I saw that thing walking through my house, I'd probably absolutely lose my mind. But he's quite cute. Gary is tickling the goblin. And Gary says to him, I'll stop tickling you if you join me. Tickle, 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 tickle. The goblin simply does this. Because he is clinically insane. You have failed to convince the goblin to join your party. He is no longer incapacitated. It is his turn. He stands up and tries to kill Gary. It is time for the goblin to strike Gary. Bonus action potion. Do you have bonus actions? I don't think you have anything you can do on a bonus action. Right? You have no bonus actions. A potion is a use object action. Yeah, you got no bonus actions. Haven't been calling for them. So unfortunately for you, this goblin is going to try and hit you with a 23. He's going to deal 8 slashing damage, putting Gary to 0. Gary is currently KO. The goblin pulls the knife out. Gary falls to the ground. It is Barry's turn. Can my pseudo-dragon familiar do a medicine check to stabilize me? Would you let a familiar perform a medicine check to stabilize a downed ally? Yes, is the answer. Barry is going to try and make a medicine check. What is medicine? Wisdom? Medicine is wisdom check. Barry has a +1 in wisdom. So the medicine checks to stabilize. I think he has to beat a 10. Yes. If he beats a 10, it will stabilize Gary. If he rolls under that, it's going to be 1 fail for Gary's death saving throws. Now, Gary is not dead. For those of you who think Gary might be dead, he has death saving throws that he must make first. Here is the wisdom check from Barry. A 14. He stabilizes him. The storm passes. After some time, Gary wakes up.
Oh, my wee head. Oh.
Blinking. A pain in his stomach. Lancing through his body. Horrible.
Oh. What happened to me? Barry, what happened?
You were almost scared.
Oh. No saying so.
Yes, I was able to keep you alive, but you should get that scene too.
Oh.
Gary has 2 stab wounds that are seeping blood. They've been poorly sort of wrapped up in some of Gary's clothing. You've been pocket wiped. The ornate key, the food and water scroll, the potion, stolen and taken by the thieving goblin. The consequences of your actions, chat. And you're lucky you're not dead. Be grateful for your life. What's even more hilarious is that cost actual money. The microtransactions. Now that I think about it, you paid. Dude, how annoying would that be if you were playing a video game? Which you kind of are. And you bought stuff. And then someone came in RuneScape and stole all your shit. The consequences of your actions. What does Gary do? He's laying on the ground, 2 stab wound, 28 stab wounds. What does Gary do? Cry. Ask for divine intervention. Search for the goblin to get stuff back. Drink the iron brew. Ask Barry to sting him with a morphine shot. Onwards west, singing. Disarms his 2 extra arms. Use herbalism kit to make potion. Okay, those are your options. What does Gary do? Cry. Ask for divine intervention. Search for the goblin. Drink the iron brew. Ask Barry to sting him with a morphine shot. Onwards west singing. Disarm his 2 extra arms. Or use the herbalism kit to make a potion. What would you like him to do? Use the herbalism kit to make a potion. Okay. Gary stands up, looking around, trying to see if the items that he is looking for are available to him here. I'm going to need a nature check from you, chat, to see if he can find the appropriate herbs and elements that he needs to craft his potion. Now Gary has a +4 to nature, so you get a +4 to this roll, and we take the second one, remember? You have to beat you're in a forest. This is probably actually one of the easier places to make a potion, so I'm going to give this a DC 5. As soon as you leave the forest, it will become much more difficult to find any of those items, because the rest of the world is dying. But here, in the last forest, the DC is 5. Keep rolling. Next check is the one. Let's see what you get. A 4 +4 is an 8. You're unable to find the items that you're looking for, the bits and pieces that you need, the herbs, the spices, the mushrooms, the elements that are required to make a potion of healing are not in this area of the forest, unfortunately. You're aware of this. It was a DC 5. You're right, not a 10. I changed my mind. Gary goes around, awkwardly maneuvering about with these wounds, collecting, identifying little flowers, finding little herbs, little pieces, a red-capped mushroom. He heads back to an area underneath a tree, puts his back to it and starts grinding some of these elements in a mortar and pestle. He then takes a little dash of water. He begins mixing these bits together and creates a little healing potion. Are we drinking the potion? Do I even need to ask? I mean, we're drinking the potion, right? And a normal potion is 2d4 plus 2. Is that right? Off the top of my head. 5e healing potions. Yeah. 2d4 plus 2. Gary drinks the potion and regains 8 HP. Bleep, 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 bleep. 8 HP as the potion heals Gary. He's got 8 of 9 hit points. After resting for a little while, I would imagine. What does Gary do? A reminder, Gary was discovered that he must go west to the Hutchton Matriarchy. He is Lisan Al Gaib, and he must destroy the Magitech factories to save the world. He is Abe from Abe's Exodus, Abe's Odyssey. Look for the goblin. Drink the Iron Brew. Give Barry a high five. Long rest. Any other options? Do some squats to get stronger. Attempt to gather more herbs. You've currently not used any spell slots. Thorn Whip is a cantrip. Read the player's handbook. Alright. There you go. There's your options. It's between attempt to gather more herbs and look for the goblin. And the voted for answer is look for the goblin. Okay. Now, to attempt to track the goblin. Gonna have to do a couple of skill checks, I think. I think the first check is going to have to be a survival check. Roll me a d20, chat. We take the second answer. You have a +3 to this. Now this is to interpret tracks, broken branches, other signs of passage that the goblin might have taken. Now goblins... Let's see how good goblins are at hiding their tracks. They're pretty dexterous. I'd say this will be a 10. Gary, you take the second roll, so keep going. Exclamation point, roll d20 in the chat, and it will randomly pick one of the rolls. The goblin is bleeding. That's reduced it to an 8. Thank you very much. Always argue with your DM. Always argue with your DM. An 11 plus 3, you've rolled a 14. You had to beat an 8. As you start moving around the underbrush, you discover blood. Little bits of blood. Blood? Blood. Okay. Now we need an investigation check. You have to apply your brain. This is an intelligence-based check. Start rolling the d20s, please. We take the second roll. Your investigation check. You have a +2 to this. See if you can continue to follow the blood, figure out where the goblin's going, how far ahead of you he is. Where is the goblin? An investigation check to follow the blood and maneuver through the forest. Barry cannot help because Barry is a familiar and not a player. But no. An 18 +2, a dirty 20. Very easily you start following these tracks. You recognize a bloodied handprint on a tree. You see that the goblin seems to be slowing down. His tracks, the blood pooling in areas as he slows and slows and slows. Now I will need a perception check from Gary. Gary has a +3 to perception. Let's get rolling. The second winning roll is the one that we're going to take. Perception check. This is to see or hear the goblin. Any sounds that indicate the goblin's presence. The second one. So that's the first one by Digital Dan. The next one is the one that we're going to take. You'll be pleased to know because that was a 4. A perception check. You can roll multiple times. I know that Twitch will be like, you sent that message or whatever, right? A 13 plus a 3, a 16. You come to an area, and before you see it, you hear the snuffling and sounds of the goblin. It sounds like the goblin is in pain. Perhaps he's dying ahead of you, or perhaps he knows you're there and he's trying to lure you in. What does Gary do? Let me see if I can get some... As you sneak up on him. Throw Huo the Goblin. Don't know what that means. Sneak up and attack the goblin. Sneak closer. Send Barry to investigate. How far away are we? You can just hear up ahead. I'm not giving you exact measurements of stuff because that's not how I want to play D&D. Just imagine it. It's up ahead of you and you can hear it. Thorn Whip. Observe goblin and find items. Cast Thunderwave indiscriminately. I can spell. Walk over and say hi. Check surroundings. Okay. You're going to sneak up and attack the goblin. Sneak closer. Send Barry to investigate. Horn Whip. Observe goblin and find items. Cast Thunderwave indiscriminately. Walk over and say hi. What would you like Gary to do? Neck and neck. Next vote will take it. Check surroundings. Okay. It's time for another investigation check. Start rolling d20s. Exclamation point roll d20 in the chat room. This is an investigation check. You have +2 to this. We take the second roll. Depending on how high you roll, depends on what you get. Or what happens. Damn. Damn, boy. Damn. Alright, sorry, what was the roll? Fist. Slash me, Rob's Brad. Damn it. What was it? The 8? You guys are just still rolling. 8 plus 2, a 10. I think as you creep up to a different area of the map, let's move Gary around. Deeper into the forest. You check your surroundings. The goblin is alone. It is clearly bleeding out. It's laying on its back. Bleeding out. If you leave it long enough, it'll probably just die overnight. Around the goblin are some of your items. You see the food and water scroll. You see the potion. The goblin is holding the potion in one hand and the ornate key in the other. Next to you is an absolutely enormous tree that would be very easy for you to climb and get up in the branches and look down in the goblin. Be very high above the goblin. Behind the goblin is a hillock that you could climb up as well to observe the goblin from. Beyond that, there's not really anything here at all apart from some forest stuff, plants and bits and bobs. There's no other creatures, no other goblins. What does Gary do? Randy Savage off the tree. Save him. Mercy, kill him. Sneak up and tickle. Give Gobby a sip of iron brew and ask to be friends. Cast minor illusion. Potion bottle. Don't know what that means. Cast minor illusion behind goblin and sneak closer. Heroic pose. All forearms. The choice is yours. While we wait, Anna the Newt has drawn Gary with 4 arms. This is amazing, by the way. Oh, and Barry. Incredible work, Anna. / new, yeah. My brain doesn't work. I've got too many things to do. Don't judge me, please. Mercy kill. Okay. How does Gary mercy kill the goblin? Thorn whip. UJ slamming. Bashes him over the head with the D&D manual. Bite him. Bash his head in with quarter staff. RKO out of nowhere. Get a small beast to do it. Drown him in iron brew. Throw a rock. Okay. The RKO is dangerously high up. Thorn whip. Here we go. I'm going to set you within 30 feet of him, so you can attempt to do this. You simply have to. This guy is prone, and this is a melee spell attack, so you have advantage. Please make me an attack roll. You have a +3. We take the second and third winning rolls. And his AC is 13. There's a 16. You will hit. Let's see if you can get a nat 20. Oh wait, no, that was the first one. Never mind. I need the second one, right? Yeah. Never mind. Keep rolling. Exclamation point, roll d20 in the chat. That's a 4. Next roll has to be an 11. No, a 10. Another 4. Gary produces a magical thorn whip. Whips it down into the ground. Whoosh! The ground next to the goblin explodes. The goblin suddenly looks over and sees you. Goblin drinks the potion. The goblin transforms before your very eyes. Into an owl bear. I think that's where we'll end today's session. The Legend of Gary will continue next Sunday. If you would like to tune in, next Sunday, 2 p.m. UK time, 9 a.m. Eastern, every Sunday we will now continue to play D&D. Twitch plays D&D, The Legend of Gary. I hope you had fun. This was ridiculous. I actually can't believe how good this story turned out. The world turned out really well. Gary has earned no XP. Has he? Did he kill anything? No. So Gary gets 0 XP at the end of this session. And he lost all of his magic items. He attended the session. How much XP do you give for attending the session? 5%? XP levels. So, what's 5% of 300? 15. We'll give him 15 XP. 15 of 300. Gary. The Legend of Gary will continue next week. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you everybody that provided subs and donations. The subs, of course, went towards the spinning of the wheel. I didn't get to thank everyone. I'm sorry. I was sort of like, this is a lot of work. Thank you to Liam, who made the dice roller for us. Wouldn't have been able to do it without Liam. And thank you everyone for playing. I hope you have fun. We'll carry on next Sunday. Sundays offer D&D. I know, no, don't. I'm almost 40, okay? Leave me alone. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll talk about it tomorrow on stream. I think tomorrow I'm going to watch the Price is Right, if you want to watch that. I'm going to play some Wild RP on the second channel tonight, Brad Random, if you want to watch Red Dead Redemption roleplay in a couple of hours from now. And we'll carry on with The Legend of Gary next Sunday. And we'll talk about this tomorrow. I think maybe we'll come up with some other things that we can maybe add to the wheel and some other things that we can do to improve the game. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I hope you had fun. I'll see you tomorrow or tonight or next Sunday for more. Peace.